Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Friday, last day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, I hope the week has been good to you. I hope you are energized for the rest of it, and that you have made plans to enjoy the weekend. I, as usual, have little to talk about. Week went well. Quite pleased with the writing yesterday. The World Which Is, that chapter came out better than I expected. It was a extended fight scene, and I don't consider myself good writing fight scene, and they're not easy. So I wasn't sure. I expected to have trouble with it. In the end, a previous week conversation with one of my housemates about, hey Fox, welcome to the stream. You're at the 20th chapter of Bottom Rung on Ream, and you liked it. Nice, good written, did a good job. Thank you very much. Previous week I was talking with him because I could see the chapter coming, and knowing I have a problem, I just, we talked, and as part of that conversation, I worked out some details of it. Mainly the framework I could approach the fight with. And once I have that, I won't say that it removed all my concerns about writing the fight, but I was a little more confident. Still not, this is going to be fun, I'm going to have a great time, but I was, okay, you know what? This is not going to be the horrible mess that I first envisioned it to be. And the main concern I was left with was twofold. One, would it be long enough? Because I wanted it to be a full chapter. And when I was envisioning all the elements of the fight, there wasn't that much to it. And two, would I be able to convey the sense that I want? I'm not sure of the second. I'm not sure that I've conveyed the sense I would like. I like how it came out, but until readers comment about it, I'm not going to know. But yeah, like that. But when it comes to length, I think it was 4,000 words. Ended up being a nice beefy chapter, and I'm glad with that. So yeah, yesterday's writing went well. In the afternoon, I wrote a. It's not quite a standalone story, a short story, but I wrote something. That is the first story I've ever written where I feel a need to find myself some sensitivity readers, because I am dealing with a subject that is not something I'm familiar with. The main character is a trans woman to man, and I wrote it in a way that I believe makes sense, but I'm not that. I also don't know anyone who's like that, so all I have to use is what I consider common sense. How would a person like that feel? But yeah, I don't know any of that, so I am going to look for sensitivity readers just so that I can make sure that it's written properly. Things that I will not change about that. Cyril is not militant. Cyril is not one of those people, I'm a man, look at me, don't ever address me as a woman. He's not like that. He can't really be like that. He is the daughter of barons. of a baron and baroness. So his status in society requires that he behaves in a certain way, and he accepts that. And that clashes a bit with him not being a woman, not being a proper lady. So, but he's not militant. He does not want to disappoint his mother. And this is not really about him coming to the realization that he's a trans woman to man. Like, he knows that from the start. The story is about him starting to become a bard. The realization that music calls to him. But yeah, what I need to know is, do I have, is the behavior credible? Are the steps he takes to mask that he's a woman when he passes himself off as a man purely with clothing and stuff like that? Or do these work? But yeah, this is just, I enjoy the story. I just want to make sure that it does not offend. So yeah. This morning it is chapter 73 of Stepping Wild. What are you up to today, Fox? Reading more of the book, and if there is something that you can copy for your own, it's really good. Cool. Yep. Take what will help, leave the rest aside, make it your own, practice. Figured you'd join me while you draft your novel. Cool. Oh, hey, Rejected Opinions. Sorry, I don't get different colors of names from YouTube, and for a moment I thought it was Fox continuing to speak. But welcome to the stream, Rejected Opinion. Yeah, thank you for keeping me company. I hope your drafting goes well. And everything is going well here. I am working on chapter 73 of Stepping Wild this morning. It is a draft 2, which means that for me it's a rewrite. So at the bottom I get the previous text and I rewrite it. Sometimes it means I rewrite it a paragraph word for word. Most of the time changes happen because having finished the novel, I know the entirety of the story now. I'm a discovery writer, so that is not the case in a first draft. And knowing the entirety of the story, I will make adjustment to bring things better to better line up things. Sometimes the changes are small, other times the changes are larger. At this point, 2 chapters have been added to the draft. Out of curiosity, Rejected Opinion, what is your novel? Also, discovery writer. It comes from being a DM. Yep, same here. Used to be a DM, knowing you're going to change whatever you had planned. Yeah. I learned being a DM not to bother writing an adventure. Just putting big points and then letting my players take it wherever it went. Dark fantasy thriller. Ooh, very nice. And I also had at one time I had to deal with a player that was actively trying to sabotage my game. And the thing is, the guy was clever enough that I did not notice it until another player pointed it out and I started looking at the behavior. Once I saw that, I was not happy. DM is Dungeon Master. It is you will sometime hear it referred to as Game Master, GM. Dungeon Master tends to be a Dungeons and Dragon more specific terminology. Game Master will be across different system. And it's basically the referee for the game. The Dungeon Master is the person who runs the world, creates the setting in which the player have their adventure. In very, very loose term, it's like the field where you have not much knowledge about. That's fine. In very loose term, the Game Master is the story's writer. The players are the characters in the story. The big difference is that the players have full autonomy. And the good Game Masters, the good Dungeon Master, will react to what the players do instead of imposing what they want to happen. And as with Rejected in Me, like, at least in my case, it was not the purpose. I was game mastering well before I thought of writing seriously. I was already writing back then, but not like it was purely a hobby at that point. But it is a good place to learn, to think on your feet, to accommodate what the characters do while keeping the story aimed for the destination you have in mind. I will not say every writer needs to be a dungeon master, because being a dungeon master takes a lot of work. But if somebody is already into role-playing games, tabletop role-playing games, and writes, switching to game mastering can be a good way to learn, a good skill to learn. You've watched it from Tubo, who plays Dungeons and Dragons. I've not much to understand about it. Again, it's not for everyone. Like, I cannot do it online. I've tried both as a player and as a game master. I need it to be around a table. I need my players to be there. Without that, I find that there's too much interference, which is why I haven't game mastered in ages. Well, if I don't count my account, if I don't take into account my attempt at it a couple of last month, where I thought, you know what, I'm going to give it a try online and all that, and I realized that online is not for me. Full to you since you were able to build the world that your book is taking place. Just didn't know it back then when you were able to. Yeah. I don't have any of my stories in world that I built for games. I tried. Not tried. I tried to adapt some of them, and actually one of them kind of made it into a world that I'm writing ish. But it's not the same. And mainly because, in my case, it's mainly because those were games, these are novels, and for me, the worlds are utterly different. Because when I write a novel, I usually have a sense of what the story is, what the world will be. and it's rarely one I've already used. So once I've told a story, I tend to be done with that world. But that is a me thing, not a how things need to be. I think it would be easier for me if I were to game master again, to use one of my books as the setting for the game rather than the reverse. Because then I have the world and I can let the players do whatever they want. You like things are in that world. That's cool. Again, like it's a me thing. The division, and even in novels, that's the same thing. It's very rare that once I finish telling a story in a world that I will tell other stories. The one time it happened, quote unquote, seriously, my co-scripter is responsible for it. When I was done writing Inheriting the Line, I was done with it. And he, being who he is, started playing with ideas. And he wrote up stories, like treatment to stories, like what could happen, basically what ifs and stuff like that. And as he does with everything, he put it before me, not with any intent for me to do anything, but just because, just like I send him everything I write, he sends me everything he writes. And I literally looked at it, I went, this is good. And I went, if you give me a proper outline for this, not only will I write the story, but we can make this canon to this world. And it literally took no work because he did not break. And that's one of the things I enjoy about it. Like when he makes changes, unless it's clearly, playing what he calls 50 Shades, like where he's going to change rules and just have fun, he is very respectful of my worlds. Opinion. You write yourself and just finished yesterday your world building as a map. As for your character, you're currently trying to figure out part of them are making sense enough and can continue. Cool. Very cool. So yeah, that's literally the one story, one of two story that I returned to after the story was done. The other one is because when I wrote the ending, I could see that there was still something to be dealt with. It was an ending, but it wasn't complete. There was still a problem to fix. And I basically went, you know what? At some point I'll come back and I'll write a trilogy to resolve this. The first draft of that trilogy has been done. I just need to find a time or decide to make the second draft. But you are God in your world. If you want something to happen, you make it happen. Cool. Created a godlike figure in the book that you can, extra blame for everything you don't want to find an excuse. Cool. It's definitely a valid way to go about it. The only advice in relating to that I will give is make sure to remain consistent when writing. In any world, but world where we are allowed, we've given our permission to change some of the rules, I think it's more important making sure that things are plausible is more important than them being real. And what being plausible means is that you do not contradict the rules that you establish. If, as a very out there example, you decide your sky is yellow, you shouldn't just turn it green one day and just say, well, it just happened. If it needs to happen, it has to have a consequence. The sky turns green all of a sudden. Okay? What do people react to that? Like, it's about being consistent. And, that's how I do my own writing. I am allowed to set down any rule I want the first time I encounter a problem. I just can't break that rule after the fact. Afterwards, that rule is there, and my characters needs to work with that. Or, if I'm going to change the rule, I need to make sure that there are consequences and a reason why the rule has changed. It can be something as simple as that the person who told the rule was wrong. It is one of the reasons why almost every piece of information given in my books is given by a person and not the narrator. Because the narrator cannot lie. Unless we are in first person, that's different. Still something, quote, we strictly adhere to the rules we make up on the spot. Yep. It's a rule of improv, I think. But yeah, if you're going to change a rule, make sure it has consequences. Make sure that the explanation works, and that there is an explanation. Try not to create it, and you make extra map. So that kind of thing cannot change. Created your rules and not change them. Cool. But then you find loopholes. Loopholes are good. Loopholes are good. Again, once you find a loophole, make sure that it stays, or if it is eventually closed, that how it is closed makes sense. Again, plausibility is the important thing to telling stories, that and entertainment. I'll be right back. Yeah. I don't do romance, anything really. Um, I have one action romance, and that's the closest to romance I've been able to get. I don't have an interest with romance because you don't like reading it. Yeah, same. I definitely don't think you'd be good at it. Valid. I what became an action romance was an attempt at pure romance, and within half the first book, I knew it wasn't happening. I couldn't make my characters stupid enough for it to be a romance. So action took precedence, romance became the subplot. I think you're right, it's toxic relationship. Claria is one of the two moons in the sky. Taurus and Claria. Um, if the explanation's not given right then and there, it should come fairly quickly. I don't believe I've obscured what it was, what it was. For both POV, with hers largely taking place in a temple, and his being journey from nearby town to a swarm that holds the temple, eventually to meeting her. Hey, James, welcome to the stream. Can you have a die 6? Of course you can. You were just a bit confused? Okay. Stay in there. Consider yourself hugged back, James. And the result is 2. Tavern? Cool. You are welcome. Tavern coaching 4 equals 15 equals 26. 4 equals 1, 5 equals 2, 6 equals 3. Got it. Opinion, you tried to make it mostly from one perspective, even though it's switch period, second book, around the middle chapter. Mostly because there's not much stuff you can fill. I also tend to write purely one point of view, sometimes two, if a if a story will have a strong relationship aspect to it. As I said before, you can mostly do some toxic non-relationship, don't even have many characters from whose point of view. My character is central. Still at work, just allowed to do your own thing, if anyone is wondering. But you have two central characters that need character development and explaining from the start to the reader, so the reader doesn't get too much confused with what you mean and what is what. What happened to StreamRaider? The company behind it decided to shut it down. Yes, it is. Uh, there is a spiritual successor in the making, but it hit a couple of road bumps that are delaying the planned release. Really call that first there? Languages. Let's do that. Okay. That's the name of the Kissed Kingdom, so that works as the language. This is the first book in the series for you. Second book you've started writing, but the first you've written in about 18 years. Well, congratulations. Cool. Actually, did I write this? No. The classic video game trope of doing all the side quests before coming back to the main quest. Enjoy, James. Welcome back, James. The only right way. Eh. I would say that depends on the story being told. I tend not to have a lot of side quests in my stories. My characters tend to be quite focused in what they want and what they are going after. Stuff gets in the way, they are forced to take detours, but outright side quest? Those are not common. I can think of only one in my first trilogy of Dungeon Runner, it takes place in book 3. Tibbs news like 3 times being told he shouldn't so trust it for some reason until the things with the depths are coming. Need like 3 times being told that he shouldn't. I'm guessing it's trust the guild. Well, but is that a side quest? The fact that he's wrong, the fact that he's stubborn, to me, that's not a side quest. That is still Tibbs going forward with what he wants. He's just making wrong decision. Yes, I did. I guess chapter 12, it still goes in and says more or less that the guild won't be too bad when he even said that Alistair tried to warn him. Yes. Yeah. Tibbs is wrong. It takes a while for Tibbs to learn his lesson. Hey, Corgi Commander. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Like, I'm not disagreeing with you, Fox. I think we are not working with the same definition of side quest within a story. To me, a side quest is an element of a story that keeps the main character occupied without really doing much to advance the story. The better ones will still provide information that relates to the character or the stories, but they're called side quests because they're going sideways to the plot, even if they end up helping the plot. And I don't see Tibbs's lack of comprehension, the fact that he doesn't get that the guild is ultimately not great. I don't understand that as a side quest, or maybe I missed that we are talking about something different at this point. You agree with my definition? Thank you. Character being stupid when it's obvious that they're wrong just annoys you. Okay. I personally feel it's justified that Tibbs has been established. One, Tibbs is a kid. Tibbs is very young. So I feel it's justified. If you don't, that's fine. If you feel it makes the story, if you feel it breaks the story, okay. I cannot control that. But after reading it and just trying to understand what goes in his head, leaving before and it takes a bit, and then he keeps more secret and not telling anyone what that thing with water. But then it was okay to tell the guy from his team. All right. Question from James. Do I think a tavern in a temple district would be right to charge higher price of the because of the district it is in? Realistically, a place like a tavern would charge, in my opinion, charge prices on par with the wealth of the district. If your temple district is wealthier than the norm, then the prices at the tavern would be higher. If the temple district is one of those where they don't accumulate wealth, which makes them poorer, then the tavern would match up. Basically, the tavern will match the wealth of the district it is in. So long as on that level, I think it works. If a tavern will charge more, as the writer, you find yourself needing to explain why. But if it's on par with the wealth, it might be questioned. Like, somebody coming from another part of the city going there might go, this is kind of expensive for an ale, and the barkeep goes, well, this is the price the ale goes around here. But yeah, I think it makes sense. I think it works. I'll be right back. Innkeeper, you're in the temple district, mate. That answer works situationally. You'll have to make sure the reader can see beforehand the wealth of the district, because this implies that the character, as they came to, should be able to tell that this is a wealthier part of the city. So for that to work, you're going to want to make sure, like, you don't need to take a hammer over the head, but you should show that the buildings are in better condition, that there's, the decorations are more, are wealthier kind, like instead of a door just having carving in it as decoration, well, they might be embellished with a gold inlay. They might be using colors that are expensive because they're very difficult to make. Little detail, but yeah, if if you give a visual sense to the reader of it, then yeah, that's going to be enough. That is the type of thing you're talking about, though. Also, the district has streets that don't have horse manure. Um, again, that's how you know how use the method that you feel will work for your story, for your city. Um, if the fact that there's nobody to collect the horse manure means uh, that it's a poorer area, then yeah. Well, yeah. If that is something that makes it clear, then that is enough. Again, like the example I gave are based on how I envision something like that. I don't know your city. I don't know the world, so you want to use your method. What will work for you. Consider yourself hugged back, James. It depends on the city as a whole. Whole place is nice and apart. Yeah. yeah, like again, it's situational. But with James's comment, I figure that it means that the rest of the city, or the less wealthy part of the city, do not have people who can simply just clean the streets as that happens. So, but James knows his city, so he knows, if he says that that works, then, that fits the city he's built. The district. Any advice on writing a fight scene? Oh. Okay. read a lot of fight scenes. If you haven't, I mean, see how other writers do it. Is where I would start. If you enjoy urban fantasy and you are not reading the Dresden Files, read that. Jim Butcher is quite good with his fight scenes. Something else to keep in mind when writing a fight is why the fight is happening. Not for the story, but for the people involved in it. Because no one fights for no reason. We always have a reason that drives us to a fight. And that reason will inform the fighting. And also keep in mind that, somebody who does not want to fight will not fight the same way as someone who wants to fight. So if you have someone who is looking to kill the other person, but the other person just wants to subdue their opponent, the fighting will be different than if both of them want to kill each other. Cameron, I don't entirely agree that we should care more about the inner monologue, but that is something to remember. Another detail, and that relates to the inner monologue, fights happen very, 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 very quickly. Unless we're talking about archers or snipers, who are fighting at a distance and have the time to line up their shot and think things through, there's not a lot of thinking involved in the moment of fighting. If they pull apart to catch their breath, then that's when a lot of thinking can happen. But in the exchange of blow themselves, people don't have the time to think. Hey, Mar, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? What have you been up to? So, well, human war depends how you write it. Because human war comes in different scale. Because, if you are looking at a war from the top, then it's very impersonal. It's not fight. Okay, that's true. But it's not a fight. A fight tends to be between two people, maybe more, but it's the moment where they're exchanging blows. And those moments happen quickly. Again, there are exceptions to that. Again, snipers, people at a distance. But at that point, it depends a lot on the details and what the writer is going for. And I get the sense that what Reject is talking about is a one-on-one fight rather than something on the scale of a war. You wrote 1,000 words. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mar. You've been okay? Not the best. I'm glad you're doing okay. I hope things will improve. But that's the thing, Fox. It depends on the scope of the story, the scope of the fight, the scope of what you're looking to tell. I don't do wars. Wars may happen in my stories, but I don't tell stories of war. I tell stories of people. So if something will happen during a war, it will be from the point of view of my main character. It will be underground, and every fight that the character takes place in will be very quick because it'll be confrontational. It will be in front of somebody or multiple people. He'll have to deal with that. It's very rare that I have my characters in a position where they can see the entire battlefield. I actually had that a bit yesterday in the world which is, because Dennis was on top of a building. He's an archer, so he was picking his shot and helping his team. But that did not last the entire battle because he got brought down. But yeah, it's about what story you're telling and the scope of it. If you're telling a war, Fox, then yeah, it's going to be slower. It's going to be from a broader view and stuff like that. But again, like the feeling I got from Reject's question was more about something more direct. Good to see me. Thank you. I'm glad to have you back. I'm glad to have you. The main character and the others involved in the fight, it's not to die at the moment. Locker, it's to see who gets the honor of being used in the ritual. Well, at that point, Reject, pick your point of view and describe the battle from that point of view. Yeah, and at that point, that's the thing is, Fox, you need to remember that one writer does not make how it needs to be done. We all have different ways of approaching. What I am telling you is my view on fighting. I am not the end all and be all of writing a fights, and I'm actually not very good at them. But it is still how I approach them. I look at a fight because of how I write my stories. From point of view of one character, what is that character looking to get out of that fight? Or what did the fight, if he didn't go looking for that fight, what is the fight causing him to deal with? And that's how I write it. But again, this is me. If you want to write your fight with a broader scope, you are allowed to do that. Reject asked my opinion. Not the rule of law. Because if he had asked for the rule of law, I would have gone, nah, sorry, I'm not qualified. Ooh. Those are hard choices, James. Because it's on a wealthy area, I'm going to go with that. The other one feels more like it would be in a mid area. To me, anyway. But that's the thing. That's the thing to remember, Fox, about any advice you are given. That is all it is. You do not have to follow it. You look at it and you decide, does it apply to how you are telling your story? Again, Rejected asked my opinions on it. How to tell a fight, how to write a fight. The first thing I did is send him to writers who are way better than I am at them. That's the first thing I did. Because the best way to learn, in my opinion, is to see how better writers have done it. So, read stories, pick up books, read them, and study how they go about their fighting. I think, personally, again, personal level, I think that Jim Butcher, as good as he is, slows his fight down too much. But that's my opinion. All right. Then, Fox, I would ask that you step away until you're calmer. Because you are directing your anger at us. And we have done nothing to justify that. You don't know what to do. I appreciate that. But, like I said, that's why I suggest stepping away. I can't tell you how to deal with it. Um, if there's someone in your life you trust, speak with them. Uh, but, letting that bleed out on other communities is never good. Mainly because, regardless of why it's happening, it reflects on who you are, and it can make certain communities less welcoming to those kind of behavior. You've written it so far, fairly short lines describing the fight as the MC sees it, and some inner perspective from her battling the choice, either killing someone or dying. Okay. Writing is all in the execution, and once you're done, once you hand this over to beta, alpha, or beta readers, you can ask them, does this fight work for you? And again, that it's going to be their opinions. So you look at what they say and you judge if it works. If everyone tells you the same thing, then it's probably an issue with the writing. But if only one person goes, well, you know what, I don't like it because this, and that, well, then it can definitely be their preference. The teacher's fault for bullying as well sometime and complaining about how the class is unfair and stuff. Teacher complaining about their class? Okay, that doesn't sound appropriate to me, but I'm not there and I can't do anything about the situation. Annoying loud. Is there okay, skull? yeah, this comes across more as she not having the training or the aptitude to deal with a class. You were not so bad. That I cannot comment on, not having been there. And ultimately, even then, my opinion would be irrelevant. That is the situation as it happened, and has it affected you? I am out here. I am a face on a screen. I can offer words, very little more, very, very little else. I'm sorry that happened, and I hope that someone in the school will take her aside and either give her the training or explain what is and isn't appropriate, and that she'll take it and that she'll learn. Again, beyond that, there's little I can do. Trying to decide if adding dialogue slows it down too much and how much to cut to the onlooker versus how much to just focus on the fight itself and the main character POV. Personal opinion here is stick to the main character POV, but I don't know how you've written your story. If you already have multiple POVs, then switching to watchers may not be a problem. Look into those authors though and see how they write it. Yeah. But yeah, seeing how others handle it, and I've said Jim Butcher, but I would recommend a lot of different writers. It's just that he's always the one that pops into my head, because his fights are very good. You can maybe do like one chapter focusing on the main character, another chapter on the onlooker. Put them together and switch until it's good. So but adding lines like the cultists cheered, begging for much. Okay, well, all right. So that's there again. Okay, here's something to keep in mind, and that goes to pacing. Where any line that you put in your text, your reader will subconsciously interpret that as some time passing. It's not so much that it's time really passes, but it feels like time passes. So you want to balance how much you add versus how much it feels like the battle slows down. Lurking for 20 minutes? All right, James, enjoy your lurk. And, the other thing to keep in mind, Rejected, is that this is your story. Work these out and choose the balance that is right for how you want that story to be told. As I said, I feel that James Butcher's battle are a little on the slow side. Um, he has Harry Dresden a lot of time do a decent amount of explaining. It doesn't make the battle bad. Like I said he's one of the better writers when it comes to battling. It's simply my taste for something a little more fast paced. I like my explanations after the fact rather than in the middle of the battle. That is a personal thing. So, study what others do, try different things, and figure out the one that works for you. This, disgruntled? Disgruntlement? Disgruntled. Yeah. Thanks for the input. You don't have a writer friends, and your wife and her grandma just give you feedback on chapter as you finish them. Cool. It's one of the reason I do this. Be able to help when I can. Just, yes, I'm multicasting to YouTube. If you look in the on the on the stream itself, you'll see the both chats in the bar at the bottom. But yeah, just rejected. Just keep remember, I am not the final authority. No one writer is the final authority. Keep in mind that when you are given advice. It is very easy for us to be so used to how we work that it kind of becomes the only way we think it should happen, and that can carry through in how we give advice. I try to be careful not to do that, but I've fallen victim to it. There we go. Can't wait to figure out how to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Are you using OBS, Mar, to stream? Probably need a bit. That is a possibility. Streaming requires a decent amount of processing. But if you use OBS for your streaming, I can guide you to the plugin that I use to do it. So are you using OBS? All right. Let's me pull off the link. That doesn't feel right. Okay, that is not it. It's still out there. I'd rather do it now instead of forgetting. Okay, what is it? Okay, let me do this a little differently. And my writing is done. I'm at the correcting stage now, so I got I have plenty of time. Okay, I'm a little miffed. Ah, I think that's the one. Yeah, there we go. How much time do I put into my first draft? You're 9 chapters in the first draft, and I worried you spend too much time overthinking details. In my first draft, I don't care about anything other than telling the story. I will put as much or as little details as I can think up in the process of writing. I just write. The first draft, the thing is, yes, it can be corrected and edit, but the thing is, I don't worry about it because editing happens once the first draft is done. And for me, when I say editing, I don't mean fixing a typo in there or adjusting a phrase structure. Is going through the story and going, this doesn't work, or this needs to be cut out, or this needs to be added. That happens. That is not something I care about while I'm writing the first draft. At most, if I realize there's a problem, I will put a note in my file. Tibbs needs to actually, this happened here. Remember that Tibbs has burnt his hand to a crisp going forward, because I'd forgotten that Tibbs had put his hand in a brazier, and it, all the way here, this was completely crisp. So I just put a note and kept on writing. I do not do anything major until the draft is done. Otherwise, I get bogged down into fixing stuff and things never get finished. Okay. Mar. This is... What? What the hell was that? Okay. That is the link. I would go with the latest version, OBS 0.6.0.1, because the other one is pre-release and it might still need work. And then you just go down to asset. And, there's one for Mac, there's one for Windows, there's one for Linux. So just, grab the one that fits yours. For me, it was as simple as clicking on the installer, restarting OBS, and everything was there. And after that, just adjusting my YouTube settings so that it could multicast there. But yeah, rejected. I avoid overthinking a first draft. I'm more preoccupied with telling the story. It's one of the reasons why my second draft are complete rewrites. Because now I have the entire story in my head, and I can, make sure to rewrite things the way they should be there. That's where I spend a bit more time, going, okay, did I over explain, or, am I talking too much in the middle of the fight, or do we even know where we are at this point? Because in my first draft, location can be very much cardboard. Yeah, that's actually right. You just read through your first ever real fight? Cool. Think you did a good job. Very cool. Congrats. Welcome back, James. I hope your lurk was enjoyable. Very cool. But then you remember it to be, yeah, that's often the case. It's one of the reasons why I advocate not overthinking things. Because in the end, it's rarely as bad as we think it was. It might objectively need improvement, but it's rarely as horrible. I'll be right back. rename this? I did not rename it. There we go. Check that's because I. Okay. Fix this. Are you kidding me? I did not resolve that. Wait, I not resolve it? Oh, because I forgot to do that. Okay, that's why you were confused, Mar. I did not have the correct overlay on. That's annoying. Yeah, this is what you should have seen. Yes, I use Social Stream Ninja. Should you want to look into them? Well, once you get your multicast set up. Hey, King Sky. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You are welcome, Mar. You subbed? Oh, thank you very much. Sorry about that. I'm not getting any notification. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I missed it. I did get it. Thank you very much for subscribing. It is much appreciated. And as a reward, you get not to be bothered by advertising. I wish I had more to offer, but I don't know what to offer. I'm very much, this is what you get. This is who I am. Donita Farmers, just keep up the good work. That is the plan. The good work is the plan. You're inspired by my consistency at the very least. Well, I'm glad I can inspire. Yes, you can ask a question, King. I like questions. Do I feel my writing style changed over the years, or do you feel it's the same but more refined? I am not sufficiently self-aware of my writing to answer the question. I honestly don't know my style. All I do is write. I do not question what I write, and therefore I'm not really able to analyze what I write. I can say that it's cleaner. I can say that my second draft required a little less work, but style wise, like I don't know. I just don't know. Um, um, I'm trying to remember the last time I read one of my early books. Um, Thank you, Fox. I have been writing for over 30 years. Not professionally so, but I've been writing for a long time. So I have years of training at it. But yeah, like I like my writing. So when I when I reread something of mine, even when I start with the purpose of, okay, this, I'm going to just look this over to fix this or fix that, I always end up getting pulled in. So I'm no good at analyzing my writing. Um, and it is very much something I leave to others to do. Like, I don't care. Um, I think my writing is decent. Even though it's better now, I think my writing was decent even when I wrote Tristan. It has its flaws, definitely. If nothing else, I get multiple point of view that aren't needed. But I think that it's decent. I enjoy reading it. I have fun reading it. Um, yeah, I'm sorry, King. Like, this is literally a question I'm unable to answer. I I can't even tell you what my style is right now. Kind of feel the same, Mar? Yeah. Like, style for me is not important. Does the writing change from story to story? Um, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, I can tell, like, that Monster and Batman, I can tell is different because with Monster and Batman, I made conscious decisions that force it to be different. Monster and Batman is an action series before anything else. So I wanted things to move very quickly. So, there's between 15 and 20 chapters, maybe 25. 3,000 words per chapter is the absolute max. Basically, I wanted the entire thing to be below 50k words, and I force myself to stick to it. While with a story like a Dungeon Runner, I allow the story to be as long as it wants, as long as it needs to be. And that leads to book 2 being over 300,000 word long. Same with A Heart's Life. Even though there was an outline was written for that, I looked at it and went, okay, you know what? I'm going to stick to the outline, but I'm not going to be limited by it. So it ballooned. Well, not balloon's the wrong term, but it expanded. A lot of life was added to it. But I still can't say what. And it's fine being curious. Like I said, I like questions. It's just I wish I had an answer for you. I wish I was able to provide more. My writing's so good. You're in 20 chapters in one go. Well, thank you very much. I am glad you are enjoying it. You hope to get where I am? Practice, training, you know, sticking with it. That's quite literally like I don't have a secret. I've been writing. I've been, yeah, like it's being able to do it full time. Yeah. I mean, let's keep in mind, I'm fortunate in that I have a side income that covers my bill. If I didn't have that, I would not be doing this full time. I'd still be trucking. Um, so because, but yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing to remember is that I'm fortunate. Like it's bare minimum. It just covers my bill, but it does cover that. So, I don't want people to take into to start with I'm so popular that I no, it's my I don't do marketing. I am horrible at it and I don't want to do it. Because of that, my sales suffer greatly. Mar, if you can overcome that, if you are able to overcome that, you will be more successful than I am. I can promise you that. Because in this day and age, marketing is 90% of your sales. And I wish I could overcome it. I wish I could look at doing memes about my books and that would get people's eyes on it. But somebody on Discord kind of went, oh, I like your stuff, this is the kind of meme you could do. And I looked at it and I went, I felt sick because yeah, maybe the meme is what sells, but it's not about the story. It's not an accurate reflection of the story. To me, it's not even an accurate reflection of an aspect of the story. Like I understand what they're doing and I understand that sell, but you have experience in that aspect. Oh, lucky you. You run a few businesses, just not in the writing scene. You know what? Cherish that experience because, if you decide to publish, it will be very useful. Nice to see me doing commissions. Well, yeah. I may be thinking too highly of myself. But yeah, my price, I am not cheap. They were going to pay you well. Oh wow. Well, one day you'll be there. Alrighty, it is time for me to take lunch. Well, I mean, that's for you to judge. That's the thing, Mar. Payment scale are personal. You know, if you say they were going to pay you well, then yeah, that's what they were going to pay you well. You know, it may not match my description of well, but I'm not you. You know, like I said, like I charge $100 an hour. I can pretty much put down 1,000 words in that time frame. You know, is that fair? The only person who can decide that is the people who want to commission me. No one is commissioning me. So that gives you a sense that I may be overestimating my worth in the eyes of other people. The thing is, I think my time is worth it. And currently, my situation is not such that I have to lower that price. If my financial situation changes and I come to a point where I will need money rather than my worth, things will change. I'm not there. But yes, I need to take lunch. So I will be back in about an hour. I hope to see you then.